Good morning, everyone. Did I scare you? This game scares me. I think there's gonna be some really fun stuff today. I've heard things. Heard things about this title. Good things. Very good things. Prios, how you doing? Surviving? Not detailed enough. What did you have for breakfast this morning? What do people eat on their birthday breakfast? What do you eat? Ah! Hi. Hello. Hello. It's me. I'm not a very good singer, so I'm gonna leave you with just that. Good morning, everyone. For you VOD viewers out there, don't be intimidated by the clock, the timer on the stream. Don't be intimidated. All right, you can do it. I know you can. You can think of it like a personal challenge. I'm gonna watch this entire thing. I'm gonna give Charlie a ridiculous amount of watch time. Oh. It's gonna be a fun day. We're streaming all day. It's probably gonna be, I would say, a minimum of 8 hours. Minimum, but I've budgeted 10. So we'll see what we can do. As someone who hasn't played or watched this game, 75% sure it's less scary than Subnautica. I'm pretty sure it's less scary than Subnautica 2. From what I've heard, it's a bunch of randomness. But I've also heard that everyone just enjoys it so much. So we're gonna jump right into it, man. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I waited until they went Ultra Deluxe before jumping into this. I have 1 minute of playtime, and that's just to boot it up to make sure OBS can see it. That's it. That's all I did. Really, it's probably closer to 20 seconds of playtime, but Steam says a minute, so I'm gonna say a minute. I just wanted to make sure that, I could play it today. The blind command. By the way, where the blind command? Do I not have it? Hold on. I can get it for you. Where is it? Blind. Blind. B-L-I. Blind. Not here. Okay. I can fix this. I'll show you. I can fix this. I'll just log out of YouTube. And I'll switch to my stream elements on Twitch real quick. Okay. And I'll slide on into my own DMs. Doo-doo-doo. 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 I gotta make it shorter. Yeah, I gotta make it shorter for YouTube because YouTube ain't gonna have it. I got a chance for you. I got a chance for you. Find the baby. A chance for you. Find the baby. What does that even mean? No, don't tell me, because remember, this is blind and I have no idea what I'm doing, so please don't spoil anything. Apparently we need that. Thank you, Watcher, for the £5. $6.06 super chat. Appreciate it. Also, the $5.85 earlier. That was cool. Thank you, man. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna give you that command right now, Bluesy. Here you go. But I have to make it, I have to make it shorter. YouTube isn't gonna like it. So, let's see. Maybe this works all as one thing. Well, we'll try it. Go ahead and give it a shot. See if it's usable. I don't know if YouTube's gonna break it up or not. Mr. TSO. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. It doesn't look like the bot really wants to give you commands at all, Lucy. It doesn't look like you're just gonna be allowed to use the command at all. Unfortunately. Oh well. I'll try to give you what it actually is. Let me just pop this out real quick. It's way too long. Way too long. Well, you can cut it down. All right, good. You can cut it down. I'll let you take care of that. I'll let you just take the reins on this. Whew. Great stuff. It's too early in the morning for people, you know? But I wanted to do this long. Remember, there are timestamps. If you're watching the VOD, there's gonna be timestamps, so you can skip all this stuff. I always tend to say that during a period of time in which people have already left because they don't think I'm gonna play the game. So it's been about what? Something like 10 minutes in now. That seems like, yeah. Seems like the right time to mention that. Spud. Congrats on the soon-to-be new edition. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. We're excited, nervous, scared, frustrated, and eager to get right back into it again for round 2. Kids are going to be 7 years apart, man. Any of you guys have a sibling that is, 7, 8 more years separating you? Just feel like that's too long. I feel like we messed up somewhere, you know? Shouldn't have done that. To be fair, it was gonna be 4 years apart. And then, then it was gonna be 5 years apart, because, people try. And then COVID happened and we're like, nah, we'll wait till this is over. So here we are, it's seven years apart. I once got up at 3 a.m. to watch a live stream once. Dedication, I tell you. That's something else, man. All right, I'm gonna boot this up. Apparently it's made by Crows, which is pretty cool, I suppose. Nice name. If you have navigated to the timestamp to start the stream here, hi. If I ever get up, use the bathroom, stretch my legs, take breaks, whatever, all those are gonna be timestamped too. So you'll just, there you go. It's all good. Yes, my dad had a baby with his new wife when I was 35, so 7 isn't so bad. Wow. My brain's doing circles around that one. Okay. Yikes. He married someone way younger than him at that point, didn't he? You had to be, his new wife is like, what, 30 years younger than him at this point? I feel like, maybe. Won't be as bad as me, Charlie. My son is 14. So far, I have no plans for another because I'm single and who knows how life will happen. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. That's good, Stay single, man. Being together with someone is too expensive. Having kids is too expensive. Way overrated. I don't recommend. What you have to do is watch a European live stream? Yikes. Nah, I don't think so. All right, this game is called the Stanley Parable. I have no idea what it's about, other than you play as a guy named Stanley who apparently works in an office. That's the extent of my entire knowledge. So we're playing this blind. You could see it in the title and all that stuff. For the live audience, I simply ask one thing. Permit me the opportunity, the respect, and the chance to fail before chiming in with what I'm supposed to do. Sometimes failure is better content than success. Sometimes fumbling about is cooler and funner to watch than knowing and optimally doing everything in perfect timing. All I ask is that you allow me the chance to fail before trying to help me. Okay? Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No, I have not. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Well, I don't know how visible it is for you guys, but for me, it's pretty visible. I'd have to do like something like this, but I feel like that's really dark for you, if non-existence for you, because that's just how it translates. Like my monitor is gonna be brighter than OBS is gonna portray it for you. So I'm gonna put it here. Let's see. Please enter the current time. Oh my, really? Really? Is this part of the game? Are you just making me do stupid shit here just for lulz? All right. Come on, watch. Show me the seconds. All right. 43 a.m. I'm going to sync this up. And here we go. It is now 9:13 a.m. No accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Cool. We're playing the Stanley Parable, Ultra Deluxe. Begin the game, settings, credits, desktop. Let's see, what do I got here? I'm gonna fuddle around with the settings for a little bit, just because Comcast is giving me my birthday present. You know, Comcast is always up for giving me my birthday present. That's what they like to do, right? So, see what we can do. Main narrator. I'm gonna leave all these things on. I think. Score list. Everything's good. I can probably go down to like 2 times here. Okay, good. Apply. Quality. Good. Okay, all these things are good. Why do they need to know the minutes? Hours only is good for most people. I don't know. Ever the end is never the end is never the end is never the end. Great.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-ripping, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I doubt it.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, so it merges the story right with my mouse and stuff. I'm just gonna get a feel for the office really quick. I like to look around. There's a lot of... If all I do at my desk... This is the question. If all I do all day is press buttons and I do nothing else, then what's with the papers? Why do I need a pencil sharpener? Huh? What's this say? I hate Mondays. Okay. Today's Tuesday, so I'm fine there. Current time is not correct. Come on, game. Why do you need another time if you're not going to put it on there? Okay. I stepped out of my office. That's what I did. No way to open doors. Okay. Nobody here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I decided. Do you see that? It was my decision. That's what they said. I like work. I just hate my boss. Fine. It's good.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Very good. Very good, yeah. Number one, Dad. Looking for clues. Where could they have gone? Mr. Narrator Man apparently is gonna stick with me. That's good. He hates Mondays too. Okay. Copy machine's intact, of course. Not functional, but it's intact. Oh, somebody's... Wait. But Did you just shut off right when I... Oh, okay. How about this one? Thanks. Cool. Awesome. Great. Okay. I mean, I'm hitting E everywhere, so it's probably shutting it off. But, yeah. Okay, nobody's here. Let's find the meeting room. Not number 420. Cool picture. Yeah, nobody's here. What does that say? Sales in this quarter. This does not make sense. Projections. Down the toilet. Pretty much.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Uh-huh. That's what I did, just to admire it. That's what I wanted. Of course I went to the door on the right. Who goes to the door on the left when they're told? Who does that? All right.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I like rock the machine. I'm going this way.
Yeah. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Darn it. Didn't click the first open door on his left. Did he though? Did he really do that though? No, he didn't. He went this way first. Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Memos, Charlie. We all know no good office runs without memos.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, man. Hi, Pikmin. Welcome in. This is the story of a man named Charlie. Yeah, the guy's name is actually Charlie, but you're going to hear it. The guy's accent is really weird. It sounds like he's saying Stanley, but it's Charlie. Just know that your ears are tricking you and that the truth is it's the story about Charlie. Your ears are just tricking you. Look at all this stuff. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift is $1,000. Penalty for jumping off of the cargo lift is $5,000. Who does that? That's insanely high. I mean, I'm scared of heights, kinda. Like, I don't mind being up high. It's being on the edge.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Uh-huh.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I just looked down and I saw this door was open and I'm like, I'm going. I'm just gonna be defiant for a bit. Just gotta get it out of my system. I'm a rebel without a cause. Okay, so this is door 2B3. I like how I just interrupted the narrator. That's funny.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
All right, chat, tell me, am I going through the red door or am I going through the blue door? I know there's a stream delay, so this will probably not give me much of a sample size on this opinion, but so far, I haven't done a single thing this guy has said if I had a choice to disobey. So, I feel like I gotta go through the blue door at this point. It's just, you know, I feel like I have to. Blue, of course. Blue. Anyone else got an opinion? No one wants me to go through the red door? Okay. Blue it is.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
He teleported me.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red door. And he goes back to the blue door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
It's so
Do you
meta.
not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. Ooh. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay, I gotta know now. I gotta know now.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Yes, it benefited greatly from my new choice.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from?
From me.
How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh. The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Oh, okay. There's actually people. What? 2 seconds? 2 seconds? Hold on. He knocked it out of the park, he said.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Not really.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Okay.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
No, I'm good.
Let me boot it up.
Okay.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
Oh, no.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
Wait.
Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Wait. Oh, no. No! No! I'm gonna let it burn. I can't do this forever. No!
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Wow. Just wow. I'm not going to do this for 4 hours. No.
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Firewatch, yeah. I haven't played it, but I've seen it played. At least a couple episodes of it, so I kind of recognized it from that. This is a completely different... Have I ruined the game, or have I made it better? I don't know. Or my decision... I just figured I'd do the opposite of what the guy said. There's gonna be a giant forest fire.
It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Oh, good God.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable
You're gonna put me in Portal, aren't you? You're gonna put me in Portal?
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
No. Rocket
Wonderful.
League?
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Okay. So the goal is to get lost, right?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Okay, but... Okay, you're gonna let me run. Thank you. Wow, he runs fast. Oh yeah, put it in the goal. Right in the blue goal, just like the blue door. Ha 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 ha. Defiance continues. Wait.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball... Hold on, what are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. You still have so much...
Oh shit. Is it... Can you guys see? Is it too dark for you? Can you guys see this? It's very... Is it very dark? It's actually quite dark. All right, we're gonna give it a shot. I've lost the narrator. Have I ruined the game? My decisions. I feel like I want the guy to come back. Now I miss him. Oh, what have I done? I should have just followed instructions. Now I'm lost. Endlessly wandering in a circle with no direction. If only there was someone to guide me. To tell me the right way to go. Oh, this is really great. This is the part where I panic and say, I'll do anything, please. Just tell me where to go. I'll do it. I'll go through the red door. I wipe my own ass. I wipe my own ass. Okay, 427. Whoa. This is my new office at 427. Here we are. Okay. Some stuff here. Can't really interact with any of this stuff. So it's just here. There's other monitors on that side. Oh, but I can't get in any of these doors. They're all locked.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Gosh. This is sweet. It's like, and now I have nothing to do. So like, it's like, there's nothing to do here. Oh, I need him. Back in my office. Great. Could I just press buttons without being told what to press? No? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, should I follow this guy's instructions now, or be defiant once more? Maybe he'll have some new things to say the second time around. Cool man fight. Thank you for the 12 months in the hat layer. I appreciate it. The original Half-Life mod. Yeah. It's dark, but it's watchable. Okay. I didn't make it too dark then. I needed to, remember I cranked it up a little bit extra from what it said just because I thought it might be too dark for you. Rebellion.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
So I think I'll be defiant up until the red door. See what happens.
Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
That is slightly different than what he said before, isn't it? I think he also had something else to say, but I interrupted him.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
What if I just stay here? Is he gonna get aggravated? Is the narrator gonna like my decision?
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Oh.
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Oh, they left because of me. Is that it? Tenacious Lee, hey man, how you doing? Good to see you. Right, let's see if he gets aggravated with me.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
We're playing chicken. I think I can outlast him. How you doing, Tenaciously? Good to see you, man. Blue Mind, hi, welcome. Michael, good to see you too. I don't know if I can outlast him. This is intense. Maybe he can outlast me. You know, if it's coded into the game that he doesn't talk until I leave the room, then I cannot outlast him. Not bad here, drinking some coffee and planning my day since mowing got rained out. Oh, okay. Turn this into a just chatting stream, I guess. Yeah, sure, we could do that. I mean, I don't need him, I got you, right? Mr. Peaches, go to the Discord. Content plans channel. It's like trying to outstare a statue. Yeah, probably is. Fine, you win, narrator.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna try the red door after I defy him. Actually,
Stanley was
I'll
so
stay on the
bad at
lift
following
this time.
directions. It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I think I'm gonna stay on the lift this time and let it go all the way across instead of jumping.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone
No,
you've
I
been
gotta do this.
neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
No.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her? For her? Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Mommy, is that you? Cool man fight. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $6.85. Tomorrow is laundry day. The Stanley Parable is a good game. Feels like a torture chamber at the moment.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I gotta know.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press H on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Please press J.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Please press C. No, I'm gonna press G, thanks. Oh. No? None of the other buttons will work now? I'm being defiant. Don't you... Let me be defiant. Fine.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful.
Yeah.
And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press B to watch TV. Fine.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
You dick.
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press Z to spend time with the boys. What?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's the reason I did it. To prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Uh-huh. Press Y to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press R to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Uh-huh. He just keeps turning this into my office.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here. Watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press R to question nothing. Aw. I thought... Okay, I had a hunch. It's wrong.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried...
Please die. Okay. Okay, sure. Back in my office again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Back to the beginning. Yeah, it's doing it to me again. Okay. So I think I want to do the red door
Stanley
thing.
came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way
I want to do the red
meeting
door.
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I just want to see what he
Perhaps
does.
He wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Actually, jumping off the cargo lift. Yes, that. Whee!
Look, Stanley, I think... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Everyone thinks you're very powerful.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Everyone thinks you're very powerful. I'm gonna use that. I gotta use that.
When
Good job.
Stanley came
Everyone
to a set
thinks
of
you're very
2 open
powerful.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right. I'm gonna go through the door on the left now, Mr. Announcer Man. And then what? What happens after that?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Rip Franz. Meeting room. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. They have a whiteboard manager. Targets. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are now too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergy guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of... And then they're all smudged out. Not cost efficient. Standardized graphs. 40 times wide. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. Oh, I wanted to see my shadow. What are your dreams of the future? Anybody have a company that does stuff like this? Really corny stuff that never works at all. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time every day with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Great. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passively aggressively at other coworkers. Love it. Assure employees that everything is okay. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Really? Most of all? You sure? What about that guy? Is he? Everyone is unique. Number of slides on this slide. Slide, charts, charts, and slides. Nice. What's this? Oh, quit it, you stupid watch. I ain't talking to you. What do people want? Things, money, more money, things, but with the money to buy more things. I think, yeah. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Stock market is somewhere here. Colored in segment, stripes. Requires more secondary research. What is hot? Target demographic, teenagers. Ugh. They scare me. I don't know what they're doing. Synergized okay, I'm done with these things. Broom closet. Ooh, I can open this one.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Oh, this makes me think there's definitely something here. Huh?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
But
no reason to still be here.
But Chris was in here. Where did Chris go? Chris was in the broom closet. I know he was.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I love it. Sweet FA.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why?
There's got to be
Please
something.
offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
There used to be something here. I tell you, look it. There used to be something here.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Uh-huh. I just don't believe you.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Did you get the broom closet ending?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
He really hates me now, doesn't he? I love
Well,
it.
I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost
on them. Yeah.
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I just feel like this game just, it begs you to disobey and then it rewards you by just like you have to disobey, otherwise you'll miss the dialogue, you know? I now know there has to be a broom closet ending. I think he's actually done now. I think he's actually done talking to me now. I really do want to know if he talks again, but I don't think he does. I think he's done now. He seems to have given up, so.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Second player. So the person that was dead is me. Not Stanley, me. You're dead. That's why you're not getting out of the broom closet. You must have died. Second person comes in. Okay, second player, good. I get it now. I thought he was talking about Stanley dying. No, it's me. That's good.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He walked downstairs. Found a note. She cannot read. I wish I could read these things. Wish there were things to discover and find.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations.
Yeah.
For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's
What is that beeping
head.
sound?
One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream.
This car
Did the voice
parking
not
lot.
see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
It's gonna bring me back to the beginning, isn't it?
I am okay.
Nope. I thought it would open my eyes, I'd be in my office again.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh, it was a circle. The whole thing. The room was a circle. The room was an endless
loop. This is
loop.
the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, And in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Did she call the ambulance? Turned and ran. Back in the office he goes. Yep. I died on the sidewalk. That is my ending. Oh my god.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
The story is changing. Story is changing. Oh my gosh. Could play for days. You really could.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Apparently you, I still want to know what happens if I choose the red door.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
I'm still gonna do it.
Stanley knew it perfectly
I gotta know what happens to the red door.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley
going to
took
the red door.
First open door on his left.
But I'm gonna wait till he's annoyed with me about the red door before I step through it.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
I love this part.
The fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
This dialogue is
There's
awesome.
someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Yeah. The blue door and red door, right? I'll give you a chance. All right.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red door. Yeah, I didn't hear you. What was that?
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I like the red.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red door. Fine, red.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
I can't walk anywhere else other than a single line. Hey, he's going out into space.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I'm so glad I tried the red door. You gotta try all the different options. Yeah, we'll just stay right here. Isn't it so tranquil? Huh? This is like when my watch tells me that I need to take a minute for mindfulness and meditation. That's what this is. Ooh, I'm glad. Ooh, how many colors? So this is what's in Office 420. Oh. I don't know if I want to jump off of the edge, though. There's a door here. I could go through that.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Yeah, through here. This unfinished room. Going through here.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Well, I mean, you were happy, so I had to leave.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
There's no door here.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Oh, I see. There is nowhere to go. You just jump off and die.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. No. No, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Whee!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
He's so sad. Tell me this is the end. This is the new end. Whee!
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I'm like limping. I'm so slow.
Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me? I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I still thought that was possible.
So slow. I thought he would have more dialogue if I opted to stay alive. I thought there would be more. Now it seems clear. I have to jump. Oh, the red door was such a good decision. You know, after a blue door a couple of times, but the red door was actually better. Maybe in the end, his story is actually better. Whee!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
That's good. Okay. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley
mean?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What could it mean? This is so great. Yeah, how much is this game? I want it. Yeah, it's I don't have it in the description. Oh, I should have put it in there. I'll change it on the VOD. But yeah, you can look it up on Steam. It's just called The Stanley Parable. This is Ultra Deluxe. I don't know if that changes the story at all, but yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
It's not a full restart. He's got a memory. Oh my god. That's good. He's got a memory. Okay, I'm out of the room.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Executive bathroom. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes, if the bosses suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. There you go. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes, if the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. I like it. It's an interesting little poem. No, can't turn the water on? No? Extreme bathrooms. You have a bathroom magazine about... You have a magazine about bathrooms in your bathroom. Okay. Well, the receptionist isn't here. Big surprise. That's disturbing. Business strategy. Hold a gun to the panda's head. That's your business strategy. Okay. Okay. I don't think this is the office, but I'm gonna do it. I think we go up. Actually, not down. Very loud elevator. Also quite slow. What? What? Wait, was this in here before? I didn't see that one. I am the most expensive boss. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Does this actually go nowhere? Hey, Toxicity Rose, how are ya? This is hilarious. This game is really, really hilarious. Does this actually go nowhere? You haven't been in an elevator with noticeable elevator music ever. Really? Huh. It's been a while, but I've definitely been in elevators with music. I think it just does nothing until you hit the button again. That's pretty funny. A little disappointing. I was hoping for some dialogue there, but I guess not. It's fine. Boss's office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2 845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Couldn't possibly have known. Oh, what a trap that is.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Amazing. Okay. This is some industrial shit here. What's down this way? So I mean, you gotta go in and push the little red button, right? Have to. I could go that way, but this way looks more interesting.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Sure. Escape. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I'd go down the escape, but I gotta know what's in here. This got some Professor X shit going on in here. Okay. I'm gonna press this button because, you know, I'm being told to do so by my own impulses. Perhaps that is the mind control. You've gotten me to do it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh, there's a platform way up there. Oh, interesting. There's another platform. What? It's such an unintuitive design. What are you doing here? Okay. Yeah. Nothing going on here. Camera.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Right there. 427 is me. There's my lonely office.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
I don't know, Mr.
Had he
Narrator.
truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I don't know. Kind of feel like this little button here might do something. There's a power button here. Can't I turn it on? Can we turn on the mind control, please? Boop, boop. Ooh. Won't let me turn it on. No, I want to power it on. Can we power on the mind control device, please? This is a pretty cool little place. Ah, what's this? Console disabled. Huh. Nothing in there. 1 or 2? 2. No? Well, facility power might lead me to something where I can turn it on. Maybe it's offline because there's no power. Mind control idle, awaiting input. Ah, here it is. We'll turn it down once and for all? No, we will turn it on.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
The elusive man was right.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then?
Let's say now.
2 minutes.
Oh, good.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them.
Thanks.
I erased them.
Oh.
I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock.
Why not?
Not. These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
Nope, I'm good.
These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
Nah.
Why would you think that, Stanley?
I don't.
That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
And back in his office. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is so good. Wait. There's a new door here. It says new content and it's open.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
You can't get in that side. Oh. Maybe I can go this way. It says new content. What does that mean?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Ultra Deluxe.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Wow.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay. Up into the
Okay,
lift.
so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Hey, Big Z, thanks for coming by. Maybe I got promoted. I mean, yeah, this is the Ultra Deluxe, so.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give it the content, Stanley.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
The jump circle. Press space to jump. Wow. I can't jump outside the circle. I'm not allowed to jump outside the circle. Can I jump more than the number of times? No, I can't. That's it? There's nothing to it other than that's it? There's no reward, no balloons?
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Oh good, another elevator. Great.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Hey, Raid, thanks for coming by.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Like always.
What do you say, friend?
Like always. Like always. I had him crying in tears. Like always. Hey, this is new. My office. It's something new. That's completely changed. Now instead of there being a hallway, there's a picture of the hallway. Okay.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
But there's more things over here. Oh, fine. What is it? What do you want? Coffee nut. And jumping is so groundbreaking.
You remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
The game's developers won't find it. Don't tell the developers. Oh. So you have new content of your own, huh? Ooh.
I call it the Memory Zone.
Nice.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh, yeah. The Memory Zone. Sure. 2013, don't forget. Zone, sweet zone. Nice. What's
You
this?
see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Collector's edition. Indie box collector's edition. Oh man, it does look like PC software in the 90s. You know, those like every single piece of software looked like this. The boxes were all like with that little page turn thing in the corner and everything. The multicolored band underneath the title. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. 2013, nice. Man, you really are a fan of this game, aren't you? The original remake. Original remake. Buy on Steam. What everyone's saying. Washington Post. 6 components of a great corporate culture. John Coleman, Harvard Business Review. Audience Award for the Stanley Parable. 2014 Independent Games Festival. One of the eyes are missing here. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts awarded to the Stanley Parable in the category of story. That's good. Good times. That's sweet. Hey, Swinger Bob, how are you, man? This game is worth it for sure. Smile because it happened. Oh yeah. Our first dollar, of course. Night. Dude, what if I could play the Stanley Parable right here on this television? While, like, what if that was a thing? That would have been genius. They should have had the game within a game and allowed me to play it within the game. Like, that would have been amazing. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Wow. Achievable. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Are those actual things? Are those actual achievements in the game? It's impossible to get the achievement? You actually can't 100% Stanley Parable? New video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Deals tough choices. Does it now? Are you sure? Hey, that's me. That was when I died on the sidewalk. In loving memory of little Stanley. Aw. I was a pig. Little Stanley is a pig. That's what it looks like. What's this?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
An hour of new elevator content. Oh, Jesus. Up or down? Original. Going here. Memory zone maintenance. Aw. Can't get in it. I tried. Wanted to ruin his memory zone. Person of the year. I assume that's me. The blurry Stanley. In the mirror. What's this? Looks like maybe like a level design kind of thing. Kind of looks like a program for like designing the levels in the 90s. Or I guess it's 2013, so it'd be the early 2000s, right? The end is never the end is never the end. The end is never the end. The end. Wow, I can't say that. The end is never. The end is never the end is never the end is never. Why is that so hard to say?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
And then... Oh, you open the serious room. I want to get in there. You opened this door, but then you blocked it. Aw. Come on, there's got to be a way to get in there. Why'd you open these doors? And then block them? Lame.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Ah.
Wait, hang on.
Maintenance room.
I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
There he goes.
What's this? What's down here?
Uh-huh. Now I get to screw with your memory zone. Oh, boy, this is cool.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
No, they probably weren't. I thought they were very mixed. Yeah, not recommended. Imagine having your review and your name and your review, like, in here, right?
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny? That's good. Steam reviews everywhere. Big boards with Steam reviews. Here we go.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Wonder if they had to license the review or if they could just use them. They're on a public forum, so I would imagine they could just use them. I wanted to flip this thing over and read it and then make him feel better. You know, see that Steam isn't just a really ugly place after all. Steam reviews? Oh no. No, GameSpot, that's who we like. Yeah, IGN, they said good things. Steam reviews. Oh boy, here's another one.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Wow.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Skip button we shall have. There, it's a skip button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature. Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Oh... Hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time.
Should I press it again?
Days. Months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant.
Now he's gonna be nowhere. We probably went through a lifetime and he's gone now. Or maybe he thinks if he doesn't say anything, I won't press the button. This plant is dead. There's nothing. I can't get out of here. Wait, yes I can, over here. No, there's no way out of this room. Why do I feel like I'm about to get hit by security forces? Clock is on the floor. Narrator man, what's happening?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment,
How long
we would
does
have
he
to
do
face
this?
inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it.
You don't sound like you're at peace with it.
I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad.
Of course.
They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot
God, I
help
love
but
this.
attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs.
This-
When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am
just keeps
free
going.
to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoan.
It does cycle. It does loop. That's cool. That was a really cool monologue. It resonates so much. I love it. I could relate to some of those thoughts actually. Except substitute reviews for video comments. Just like, come on now. Like, some people are really unreasonable. Very, very few. The overwhelming majority are quite nice, but some people are just, I feel just like that guy.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I'm gonna make this my wife's ringtone.
The end is never the end, is never the end.
When my wife calls me,
is never the
my phone will make this sound right here.
End is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is
There's just nothing here. Anything? I'm stuck in this room pressing a skip button, for God's sake. Oh, good. I think the world is finally ending. We have a total collapse of the room, at least in the corner anyway. Some of that stuff is... There's no way to get up there, though. I can't climb out. It has to collapse more for me to climb out. Maybe this wall will go. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Vegetation is starting to grow. I've been here a while, man. You wanted a skip button? Here you go. You got your skip button. Sounds cool. Like there's something going on outside. There's definitely something going on outside. It's turned into a horror game now. And this is why this is what the skip button does, guys. It turns the game into a horrible experience. You still want the skip button? Oh. Oh, wow. That's all... Wait. The room is angled, and the skip button has fallen down. Yeah, the room is tilted. Bright lights. Like me this whole time. Oh. Oh, it's just gonna... Oh no, it's just gonna... Come on. Shit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Okay. New content. It's not done. It's the new content. I bet he'll be upset about me going through this door.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay, he's changed it. Okay, so he's not upset. Very exciting to show you. Going through that door now? No? I want to know what's in that door. He has something very exciting to show me. The new content. We're still starting with an elevator though, aren't we?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The end
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
The end is never the end again. 427. Ah, I see. Clever. Okay. Investor showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Off painting K.TGA photos. Like, it's a... Okay. Okay. Same thing over here. You don't have enough... What, you don't have the painting, so you just open up Windows and then, you know, off painting D. Got it. You just put the picture up there and now you got a painting. on a television screen. It would have been cheaper to just print it out, I think. They're back. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Boring section of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. They're back. 2 doors. Wait, what does this say? Oh, they're different fonts. They're testing font choices. Times New Roman, Road Geek, Transport Heavy, Rocket Pup Half Italic, Orbitron, cool sci-fi, League Gothic Regular, Sooty for the casual enjoyer, Shackleton, and Keep on Truckin'. One plus one is 2. Wait. 1 plus 1 is 2 minus 1 is 1 plus 1 is 2 minus 1. 1 plus 1 is 2 minus 1 plus 1 is 2. What? Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. Nice. I like these. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. And that's also the 2 doors. They're the Roman numeral 2. Wow. The color red. Leverage holistic value. Uh-huh. Yeah. More TSP. Better TSP. Logo. They have different logo ideas. It's fascinating.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Mr. Fermanda, hey, thanks for coming by. Welcome. The end is never the end again. Well, to be honest with you, sir, I'm not really sure what the Stanley Parable 1 was about, so, you know, I'm sort of still living it, trying to figure that out. I feel like I'm in a video game version of Seinfeld. This way to the show floor. Valued investors. Uh-huh. New features. All these ropes. Stanchions. That's what they're called. If you didn't know that, those are called stanchions.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Oh, I get to see all the new features now? What about your merch? I want to see your merch. What you got? I'd actually like to have that shirt. The 2 on it? I would totally do that. Or just the shirt really with a hand that does that would be cool. I would wear that. This shirt is the best new feature. I saw the new content. You'd have to ask if somebody... Are these shirts available for purchase? Can you actually purchase these? I want that shirt right there. I saw the new content. This can apply to so many things, you know? Like, sometimes, it doesn't happen always, but sometimes I get access to games and like new versions of games or updates or whatever just a little bit before public does. Oftentimes it's so that I can create content for it, so it can be so we can hit the internet on release day instead of having to record it on release day. But sometimes it's just to kind of get feedback for it and reflect on things. Captain of Industry was one of those games. And I saw the new content would be great to have. I love that. It does the QR code actually work for that? Where the heck did my phone go? You know what? It's fine. I'll just do it on the stream later. But does the QR code actually work for that? Because that's awesome. There, if anyone wants to go get the merch. I'd love to go get that shirt. Reassurance bucket. Office decorations, infinite hole. Well, I gotta see all the new features first. So let's take a look at the new features. So we've got the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Jump circle and infinite hole. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. The new updated ray traced. More of the same, but in a good way. That's the sound my old car. Doesn't happen much in my new car, but my old car, when I put my phone right next to the radio, I would hear that sound. No screenshots. Where's the button? Oh, name. That's new. Am I not able to press the button? I want to press the button. What's in here?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Sure, but you'd have to know my name. Sure, it's wonderful. Yeah. Oh, we can try it out. Cool.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
Okay, guys.
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button. Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
You need to press it as much as possible. You're putting the Jim button away. I want to go back out and see those are other features, right? Other than the Jim button.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Wait, did it change? You heard Jim in the game. Was that sign here before? I didn't remember that sign being here. Button that says gym. No, that's yep. That's definitely changed. That's gym. That used to say that's new. They changed it. Now everything is gym. Okay. Yeah, that would make everything easier for development, wouldn't it? Jump circle. Oh, so this is the guide. The lower level. So you got the jump circle. That's where we were. That's where we were. I'm here. So if I'm there, then I should be able to go across the hall to the jump circle. Wait, there's an infinite hole? I gotta know. It won't end. Wait, hold on. Free, new, and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. It just works. Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Oh, wow. So, if you tried to 100% the game, and you got all the achievements except that one, this is finally giving you closure.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
He says this will exist. But I want it now. Can I have it? No? Like, I feel like I got robbed. Oh, I feel like I got robbed. Okay. Nice. Well done, game. Well done, Mr. Narrator. What did you expect, Charlie?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Yeah, the jump circle. I remember this.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
You're not gonna give me any more jumps, huh? Okay, fine. I was gonna do that. That's what the jumps are. Infinite hole, I gotta see. What is this? The infinite hole. I like how it says please no screenshots on a lot of this stuff. We're gonna go back into that door too. There's so many doors to go through. Time depth. Time like infinity. Distant past. Time deeper. There's the scale. Hole like infinity. Opening. Rim. Surrounding area. Depth infinite. Infinity. Yeah, we get the point. It doesn't end. The hole, the depth, the space, more hole, infinity, falling, more science. Educational use only. It just keeps going. There is a little bit of a curly cue there, though. Okay, what you got?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
But if I jump into it, how would I start the game again? Do we jump down the hole? I mean,
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
what if I don't, though? What if I don't?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
No.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
So, can we calculate how deep this hole is? Somebody out there who's really good at math, calculate how deep this hole is, okay? So you probably have to go back in the stream or back in the video later if you're watching on the VOD, but like you basically would take how fast does it take for a human being to reach terminal velocity, and then, you know, what that velocity is, and then, you know, falling and how long I fell, right? I'm sure there's a way to, you know, how do we determine gravity and air resistances? I don't know. Calculate how much air resistance would be if you were falling indoors. I don't know. I'm not the math person, but I'm sure there's a math person out there who can tell us how deep this hole is.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
No, we're gonna jump down the hole again, bro.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yeah, it was.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Okay.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Okay.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I mean, I should be able to just climb out of here at this point.
Is the, teleport button not working?
That's not working.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Nothing.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
Yeah.
You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I love it. Can't do anything. He actually left me here to rot. What am I pressing? It won't let me jump, you know? Is it just gonna leave me here? Harry Mitchell! Oh, hey, we're lowering. Sweet. Harry, thanks so much for the 46 months. I appreciate you. Also, you got that cool multicolored hat badge now. YouTube let me put up another badge, so the 3-year badge is active. There you go. Now we're going down the hole. Change your perspective. Oh, cool. I can actually see. This is what Stanley looks like. Change your perception. All you're doing is changing the music.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of my.
Change your reality. Oh, nice. What the hell am I playing right now? What the hell is this? Change yourself. What? What the hell is this? What is this?
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
Oh my God.
Drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley. Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
No. No, don't leave me in this hole, please. I'm done. I don't want to jump in the hole anymore, okay? I'm done. No more hole. Are you putting me back in my office now? Nope, back in here. Okay. Okay.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I definitely don't want to be in the hole. No more hole. How about the reassurance bucket? Let's talk about the reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Yeah.
Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Yeah. I wouldn't want you to actually have to redesign the game. That would just... What a pain in the ass that would be.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Whatever. Oh, I get to take the bucket with me? That's great. Thanks. I'll take the bucket with me then.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
We don't want to go through the hole anymore. Definitely not the hole. That's the reassurance bucket. The button that says gym. There's other doors up here. I'm kind of trying to figure out how to get up to them, but there may just be no way to get up there. Oh, here we go. There is a staircase here. I missed that before. So settings world champion. Wait, what? The settings world champion. Aw, I can't get in there. Oh, that's new. Let's go up here. Hey, Jazz, how you doing?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh. Oh, okay, I get it. Is this all the new features then? Is that all you got for Stanley Parable 2? Come on now. Surely there's something more. I see the collectibles. I haven't seen that yet, but that's not part of the game, is it? Like a extra thing. Oh, let's face it. This entire game is extra things. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find... Yeah. Okay, let's go in here with the bucket.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Yep.
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Yeah. We can store them in our bucket. Yeah, 0 out of 6. All right, we gotta collect them all for no reward at all. Can you find them? Collect them all. Well,
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
and then they give you a reward. That's the tragic part. Wait, so all the collectibles in this area, or do I have to go play the rest of the game for it? Or maybe I won't be able to get all the collectibles. What's in this door?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Whatever. Whatever. My choices don't matter, huh? Okay, fine.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
The collectibles are all over the regular game. I haven't seen one yet. I wasn't looking for them, though. Wait. Is this the... Yeah, this is the bucket. Can I give you the bucket back, or do I have to carry this around everywhere? Can I put this back? Do you have anything to say if I put the bucket back? I'm unable to put it back. Okay. Oh, that's fine. We'll just walk around with the bucket then. It's a troll game. Yeah, the whole game is just... Like, we started off by basically doing the exact opposite of everything we were told. This thing has been hilarious the whole time. Office decorations. That's already done. I think I've seen everything in this place. I haven't gone up any of these elevators or anything yet, though, so... I guess we'll just find the exit, which is... I think it was this way. Yeah, exit's over here. Unless there's something else here. Let's see. Epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole. Parable reassurance bucket. Settings world champion. I still want to know what that is. That's the only thing I have left. Is the settings world champion. But the door is locked. For the settings world champion. They've renamed it to the mostly infinite hole. I wonder. Just had to check. Is there actually a button in the settings that I should press to open this door? Okay. I just needed to know. That would have been cool, though. A little hidden Easter egg. You can get in the door if there's something in the settings. I wonder if maybe if there is. Hang on. Just to humor myself on this. If I like click around, there's just like anything hidden. I don't know. Like this game would be something that would do something like that. I feel like they would do something like that. I don't think so though. Is there a vent you can go through? I don't think so. Because this is the room I just came in, and this is like directly underneath where the settings world champion is. So I don't think I can actually do that. Yeah, all right. We'll go to the exit, which is through this door over here. Actually, I'm open for that tip. If you know how to get in that door, I'm open for you telling me how. Because if there's something cool in there, I don't want to miss it. And that's I've given the proper amount of time now, I think, to try to figure it out. So And then we have to try to find all the collectibles. We don't have to, but I'm gonna try to find all the collectibles. It does have a scroll bar in the general section, looks like, for settings. I don't see anything, but maybe once I'm up on... I heard you need to go through all the settings, but I'm not sure how true that is. To get this, you have to go through every single slider and option within the settings and go through every single number. So, wait, hold on. So you go through one like this. You hover over top of it. Is that what you mean? Or do I have to click it? Because I feel like this is the kind of thing that this game would do. Is something in the settings of the game, or some interaction with the settings of the game, would do that, right? You have to set it to each and every option. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. So I just adjust my field of view. I'll adjust my camera sensitivity. I'll click this on and off, right? Just to cycle through them all. Like this. I don't think I have to go with a slider on every option, do I? This game is so messed up, man. Whatever. I don't have to click that stuff, I don't think. This is worse than the baby thing. Hey, I want to know what's in there. Wait.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Ugh. It did say world champion. I mean, I guess. I'm sure we'll get back to where we want to be eventually. If you want to be world champion, this is how you have to do it. Okay, good. Is that it though? I don't have to like save the settings, do I? Just click through them. I don't have to like rebind anything, do I? Especially if it includes key binding. I guess I could do this. Okay, I rebinded all the keys. It still won't let me in. Do I have to actually save all the settings when I redo it? Because that sucks. I don't want to do that. Aw, I must have missed something. I had to have missed something, right? Make sure to enable subtitles and translation labels, as they also have sliders. Make sure to do both the general and audio pages in the settings too. I went through the translation options, but I didn't save the settings. Every option on the sliders. So, like, I just scroll through all the sliders, basically. I forgot what this one was. I think it was 80. All right, so 5, 72. And then reset them probably. And probably then reset them. Yeah. Invert Y. Have you changed the language too? I did, yeah. I did. I don't have to go through every setting while the language is changed though, do I? Because that's... I'm not doing that. We're not going through this door if that's what I have to do. Show subtitles, yes. 80 was the font size. Now it's going to be 80. I don't really need the reticle. I guess I can just put it on there though. Whatever. I do need to adjust this though. So 99. So we'll go all the way down to 0. Bring it back to 99, I guess. I found in the fandom wiki you must set every single slider in the settings menu to all of the possible values. I know I'm going through all of them right now, but I don't have to like stop on them, do I? Because if I have to do that, I won't do it. I won't see what's behind this door. That's fine. But if I just kind of do this, I'm okay with that.
This is the story.
Not drag by, set. Wait, so you have to do
the story of a man
like
named
this?
Stanley.
Can I do it like this? I don't have to save the
story of a
settings, do
man
I?
named Stanley.
Can I do it like this?
This is the story of a man named
Because this might be acceptable. I may be okay with this,
This is the story of a man
but
named Stanley.
I think it's not worth it.
This is the story of
I think
a
it's
man
not worth it
named
at all. I think whatever's behind this door
This
is
the story of a man named
just the
Stanley.
most evil thing I could think of right now.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This is the game. Did I miss the game?
This is the story of a man.
Yeah, no,
named
this is the
Stanley.
game. Yeah, it's
This
a
is the
great
story
game
of a
so
man.
far, but I don't think I'm gonna do this. Basically, if you're just joining us, we've reached a door that says Settings World Champion, and I want to know what's on the other side of the door. And I've been looking into like trying to figure it out, and I finally asked chat how to do it, and they told me this is what I have to do with the settings in order to get into the store. And I'm a little bit kind of like, I don't want to do this. Hang on. Here's what we'll do. Hold on. I'm going to lower the game volume so that the clicking doesn't get super annoying, because it probably has been super annoying for a lot of people already. And then tell you what, we'll play some other music on like Spotify or something. And then at least we have some sort of aroma that we can chat with while I'm doing this. So we can just discuss how you're liking it so far. Those of you who have been here and haven't seen it before and are going with me, is there anything notable without spoiling anything? Don't spoil anything. But is there anything noticeable that I've just completely blazed over and haven't seen? Like, other than like certain doors I haven't gone through yet, which I might get to them, I might not, we'll see. But is there anything like super obvious that I've just been blazing over that you're eagerly waiting for me to go do? Yeah, it's called the Stanley Parable, Nick. Or everybody's name is now Jim, so. Have you jumped into the bottomless hole? Yes. Multiple times. Many, many times. Crazy dreams we've had. Crazy, crazy dreams. I went through all these options. I did all those. I did all of these. I did all of those now. So this was at 72. So we'll just kind of go like this. I don't know if this door is worth it. 72. Okay. The broom closet has a ton of different dialogues across runs. I think we've went into it 3 times already. You think? This is silly though. I might put a timestamp on just this part so people can skip it. I'm going to do it. There's a timestamp on this part now. When we start it and then when we end it. That way people can like skip through the settings part later on if they want to. And now, if you're wondering what's behind the door and you're going to play the game yourself, you can just find out without having to do this. Although, I probably should just, you know, do that myself. I could probably just look at it, you know, online somewhere. Find a video of it on YouTube. Somebody else had done it. Wait. No. Shit. I think I have to go. This is worse than the baby. This is way worse than the baby. I mean, granted, the baby... The baby was the very first thing we found, if you were wondering. Because I've had somebody tell me to come find the baby. If you're wondering if we found the baby, it was the very first thing we found. It was like my first introduction to this game was finding the baby. Because all I did is basically just defy him at every single order. Yeah, I know the baby's 4 hours long, and I wasn't going to do it. I've seen the baby before, though. I'm not actually blind to that part. I just didn't realize what I was seeing when I saw it. So, like, I've seen that before. But again, I didn't really know what it was when I saw it. I saw Resorty do it. Resorty's another... he's a streamer that played the Stanley Parable on his birthday every year, actually, I think is what it was. Which, this isn't inspired by him. I just now remembering that this is a thing. But what he does, I think every year, is he goes in and he actually completes the baby. So he does the stream and completes the baby for 4 hours pressing that button every year, which is terrible. Can I just do the reticle size for only the dot? I don't have to do it. I don't have to do this for every type of reticle, do I? Because that would also suck. I've already gone through these. I don't need to go through them slowly again. I can go right there. But yeah, he's a mad lad. The real mad lad. Yeah, I know. I only need to go one way, and I know. Just now figuring that out. Thanks. I'm an idiot. I think that's all of them, though. Is that everything? We went through all the sliders, but do I have to go through them on the dot and other things too? Because there's different styles. But I shouldn't have to do the... I don't think I need to. No, I don't think so. I'm gonna leave it the way it is here. I just want to see if this door opens. All right, I'm killing the music. I'm killing the music because I want to see if this door opens now for me. And I'll bring the sound in the game back up a little bit. I think I've gone through every single option here, which is a pain in the ass. But I think I've done this so that you don't have to. And I don't know if I have to reset all of them afterwards, but maybe I'll hit the reset button. It still won't let me in the door. So maybe I have to hit the reset button. Everything's been reset back to normal. It still doesn't let me in, guys. I've done all this work for nothing. I think it's not worth it. I think whatever's behind this door just is absolutely not worth it. Shit. There's this. This one's hidden. There's one extra one here that I missed, I think. Oops. What? No. No, no, no. Where'd it go? There. I don't know if I got this one or not. You might just be missing something. But this is totally possible. Well, I'm trying for it. And I'm not sure where it needs to be, but it's gross. I tell you, whatever this door is, it better be freaking worth it. We'll just go like, I don't know, this with it, I guess. I've already done all of these, so I think that's it. Maybe. Shit. I don't know if these, like, some of these hidden sliders, I don't know if I've gotten them before. Turn the music back on. Okay. I think. Maybe. I don't know. I'm marking it just to see. I don't know if this is all of it or not. I don't know, guys. I just don't think. I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm eh. Yeah, I'm not. This isn't gonna happen for me. I don't think. I'm gonna ditch it. Wait. No! You opened it up after I left? You suck. Hey, it's in here though. I was like, well, I guess I give up. And then the game's like, well, okay, fine, you can have it. Okay.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Was it worth it? You are the champion of setting all the sliders to all the possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you. They will never set the setting sliders to every possible setting. Nice meme for it. Settings World Champion, congratulations. There's not even coffee in this room. Like, they didn't even put anything meaningful in this room. No refreshments of any kind. There's a trophy though. Settings World Champion. There is a trophy. Here it is. I'm the Settings World Champion. Wait, maybe I should make a thumbnail out of this. No. Check out your prize in the settings menu, Charlie. Check out your prize in the settings menu. Check out your prize. Oh, bumpscosity. Here it is. Bumpscosity. And we're gonna set it to 1,000. Nice. I don't know what it does. All right, the prize is more settings to adjust. I love it. All right. I don't know if that was worth the time, but at least I can say I saw it. At least I can say we did that, and people can go, "Oh, good job! You really embraced the spirit of the game." Yeah, the epilogue. I'm just going downstairs now. We'll make our way to the exit. is through the collectibles section, which I've already passed by several times, and I just keep forgetting where it is. I guess I get to keep the bucket. At least I got that going for me. It was worth it, Charlie. Everything in this game is worth it, totally. Not sarcastic at all.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Me and my bucket, ready to move on. New mug. It's a new mug. All right, so no screenshots allowed.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
How do I get down there?
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, good. First place I'm going is the settings, obviously. I wonder about if I adjusted all the settings while it was like this, if they'd say anything. I'm not gonna do it. If I'm curious, well, find it on YouTube. But, yeah, it's interesting to know if he has anything there. What's about the credits? I'll look at that later. Begin the game. Stanley Parable 2.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Click to skip.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Happy 12th birthday.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, wow. Okay, I am gonna take sort of like a 5-minute break. We're gonna stand up, gonna get our feet moving. You know, just take a little, you know, get the blood circulating a little bit. Gonna fill my water up, go to the bathroom, all that stuff. I'm gonna play. I'll get some music for you guys going in the background here, and when we come back, it'll be about 5 minutes. I'll put the break screen up so you'll see. We come back, we'll pick up right where we began initially, I guess. Yeah, that's something. Guys, this has been really, really cool so far. I'm pleasantly surprised. The sequel is now paused, it says. The sequel is now paused, so... yep, get up. Hey, chicken, we didn't die. Well, yes and no. I'll be right back. Thanks for watching with me, guys. I appreciate you hanging out with me. It makes it all much more fun when you guys are with me, so I'll see you guys in a second. all the settings. Yeah, that was a lot of stuff, man. There was a lot going on there. Oh. It's like, what do they think of next, you know? Waldo Kitty, welcome to the stream. You know, Kitty, when I'm done with this today, when I'm done with the Stanley Parable today, I was thinking about getting to completing my No Man's Sky expedition. But you see, I have a problem. I don't have any friends that I can just go into a freighter with. So if you happen to be near the area of the final rendezvous, that's where I am. And I'd love to check out your freighter for the optional achievement. I don't even know how much No Man's Sky I'm gonna play. But I figure if I'm gonna play it in the future, I might as well have the expedition completed. So, oh, you've been here from the start? I can't know, you know? I can't know unless you say hi. Probably doesn't count me as a friend. You could do anything. I just need someone to come in with their freighter so that I can get aboard it and get paid 5 million credits. Basically. Are you asking me to play No Man's Sky today? Don't you play it every day? Do you need asked? I mean, I don't know how much I'm even going to play in the future, but I figured, yeah, it's a limited time thing, so I would do it. I'm just finishing a pro. To them was Steam VR. Is Steam VR good? Who has experience with VR stuff? I am interested in it. I'm actually kind of interested in it for, sounds nerdy a little bit maybe, but I feel like it'd be kind of cool to, okay. So I say this as someone who doesn't have a serious amount of experience with this game. And by that, I mean, I've only done the training and I've done nothing else. Like I'm like purposely waiting to start until I can stream it, just so like I can start streaming it from the very beginning, like for posterity or whatever. But I'm thinking about getting into Elite Dangerous a little bit, like as our weekends or whatever. And maybe getting into it offline, of course, too, not exclusively streaming it. But I'm thinking about just basically getting into Elite Dangerous. And the possibilities there are so cool with, if I can get a HOTAS, I think it's what you call it, right? The joystick, throttle arrangement, pedals, things, whatever. If I can get one of those, and I think I don't need a VR so much as just like an eye tracker of some kind, right? Just to look around would be kind of cool. I think the other thing that would be kind of cool is they allow voice communication in that game too. So you can really just immerse yourself in that experience. And I'm thinking about getting immersed in space. But I realized that there's quite a few good VR setups and good VR headsets. I've used one at Kitronics's apartment, but I don't remember which one he has. But I've used one when I met Kit, and I thought it was super cool. I had never experienced anything like it before, and I think Elite would be a really cool experience with that. I'll throw you a PM chart to remind you. Talk to me later. I'm free today and can go through VR setup and stream VR. I don't know if I'd do it later today, only because I most likely won't remember a whole lot. But I'll tell you what, if I get serious to the point where I'm about ready to pull the trigger and buy one, I'll consult you then. How's that sound? Because info might change by the time I'm ready anyway. Because I wouldn't say I'm serious about getting into it yet. More like curious, but not serious yet. I don't want to waste your time if I decide not to go with it. But if I get to the point where I'm like, all right, I got to do this, I'm pulling the trigger, then I'll definitely reach out. What's your thoughts on playing The Long Dark or Green Hell? So I played The Long Dark once. I think it's been developed a bit since I've played it, but that's a while ago. I remember getting eaten by wolves, getting killed by wolves out of a cave. That's about all I remember, but I remember it's a pretty good game that people really loved, but I just couldn't quite get into it, and I might be open to trying it again. Green Hell I've never touched. I know of it. Green Hell is like an acquaintance, and if Green Hell is Green Hell is like somebody that I've heard of. I've heard their name before, basically. And if Green Hell is that, then The Long Dark would be somebody that I once met on the street and shook hands with. That's about how well I know them. I use head motion tracking with Microsoft Flight Sim, and it makes it a ton better, so it'll definitely work out as well. See, that's what I was interested in trying out with Elite, the motion head tracking stuff. I might try out Microsoft Flight Sim too, but space fascinates me more than, Earth. So I tend to be drawn a little bit to the prospect of flying around. Like we did trucking on Saturday, and that was great. I'm drawn to the prospects of doing space trucking, and it's just like a trucking stream. The only difference is you're in space and you're doing things with space, which is either better or worse for some people, I guess. But I was looking at that. Yeah, there's a full story in the Long Dark now. Yeah. It might be worth looking into again, It's very possible. I'm gonna hit this little button here, so I make my timestamps for all the people who want to see the game again. Timestamps are, I feel like timestamps are one of the greatest things that that YouTube has ever put into their platform. I use them constantly to figure out what I'm doing. Like when somebody leaves a top 10 tips video, which is apparently what you need to do if you want views. If they put those tips in timestamps, it's like a conflict of interest, because at one hand, if you put them in timestamps like that, you're going to reduce your watch time greatly on your video. But you're probably going to have a much better experience for the viewer, because they can go right to the tip they want. And so I was thinking about doing that, like going back into my my Evil Genius top 10 or my top tips or whatever that I did for Evil Genius, and I'm just gonna go back and put timestamps in there. I mean, they've already got most of their views anyway, so now anyone who stumbles on it can just get to the one they want.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps he had simply missed the memo. Good.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. Vishnu, welcome in. Go to Discord, go to the Content Plans channel. There you go. That's where you'll always find the answer to that question. Oh! Okay, so this time it's different because the balloons are here, right? So they've kind of like merged. The Stanley Parable 2, if you will, has been like merged into this. So I'm now playing the Stanley Parable 2, I guess. There's balloons, and then here's the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Gotta pick up my bucket. Absolutely. Can I put it back down? I still cannot put it back down. Okay. There's all these open... Oh. You have stanchions here now. I don't remember that being a thing.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
The magic of the bucket. Okay. We have a magic bucket. I see there's no new content anymore. It's incorporated now. There is much new content.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No, he didn't.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I want to see if you've changed the game. Have you changed the rules?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Got anything else to say, buddy?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
I'm holding the new content. Yeah, exactly.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
I wonder if the baby is still in the game. Oh, yeah, it's a great friend. It's my only friend in this game. The narrator, I don't...
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Hi, Chris. How are you? It went work on a Sunday, and that's why nobody is there. Is that the long and short of it there? It's just a Sunday, and that's why. Everything's a mess, though. Where's the janitor and stuff to clean everything up? You know?
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
You know, I don't think I've ever taken the first door on the left yet. I don't think this instruction has ever been followed. Not yet. There's balloons in here now.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
How do I
but
get over
Stanley
there?
chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
No, he didn't. I want to get over there. How do I get to that door to get that like the little figurine, right? I want to get one of those. Because it doesn't let you jump in the game, so I wasn't able to like just walk and jump over the railing or anything. We'll head this direction really quick. Danger everywhere. I did not unquestionably do whatever he wants.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh no. Oh no. There is extra stuff now.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
I'm gonna call everything
Okay,
a bucket.
begin.
I think everything is a bucket.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
God damn it. Oh, this might actually be harder than I thought.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay. Let me guess. I'll say no,
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
but it's actually a bucket this time, right?
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Absolutely.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Inconceivable!
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What? No, you're changing the rules now.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here.
Damn
Of
it.
course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
No.
Am I a bucket?
Yes, you are a
Stanley,
bucket.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay,
No.
here we go.
No, don't do it. No, please don't erase the buckets. But everything is a bucket. Therefore,
What happened?
you erased
Is
everything.
everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Everything
was
is a bucket.
everything a bucket?
Yes.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Yes.
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Wow. Yep. Here we go again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is going the opposite direction. He didn't put it back the same way. Right? I'm pretty sure I turned right every single time out of this room. And now I'm turning left. I'm certain I've been turning right this entire time.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I have my bucket. I'm certain I've been going right this entire time. Unless I'm absolutely crazy.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No, he didn't.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Oh, he didn't.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Got it.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I'm savoring it. Absolutely savoring it. Now, can I fall down without dying? I've never been down here yet either, so I'm gonna try to fall on that shelf.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Whatever. Whatever. The phone is ringing. Why do they keep changing things every time? How do I answer it? I want to answer it. Oh, maybe it's this one.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okay. But why did you leave the message on the phone for 343? Or, wow, I'm dyslexic. 434. Wrong office. You see? I'm not crazy. I go to the right after this room. That way. I'm not crazy. He keeps changing the office.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
The stanchion is gone. Everything just changes every time you go through the office. It's never the same. That wasn't here last time either. I'm starting to notice all these little changes and I'm paying attention now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Don't forget to mess with the bump viscosity after every run. Oh, really? After every run? Is he gonna do something with that? Can't slide my key card through that. I would like to get down there. There's a door down there, but I don't know if there's any way to actually get down there.
Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious
I wonder if he'll let me go through
He
there
was
now.
firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I wonder if it'll let me go through there now. Now that we've established that everything is a bucket, you can't deny buckets entry. If everything is a bucket.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It
What?
says, no buckets past this point.
Again?
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is
Oh,
that you actually don't know
the
what
first
is a bucket and
it's
what isn't a bucket?
disconnected.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which,
Darn it.
if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Now I want that skip button.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Now I need the skip button. This is what I need it for. Alright, well, maybe we'll call everything a bucket this time.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios.
Actually, maybe we can get it
and
right
you'll
this time.
Tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Let's see if we can change it up. Change different answers this time.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Nope.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Wonder what he
Item
thinks now.
2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I'm gonna get all the questions right now.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Right.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
It's just I don't get it. Fine.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
I forgot.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Right. Both. Yeah, sure. I got all the questions right.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Nothing is definitely not a bucket.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
I wish you wouldn't let me do this a second time.
Buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
I wish it wouldn't have let me do this. I wish it would have just like treated it like the first time where there was like the doors.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
it was way funnier the first time I did it.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Way better the first
I had
time.
no idea. How could... Except me.
It's actually quite impressive.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Actually impressed. This is the first time, this entire time we've been playing this game, this is the first time, well, he's changed the map again, where I've actually had a repeat of something. Like, up until this moment, even going through all these different things, even over and over again, it's always been different dialogue every time. So I finally gotten to the point where it's the same thing.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh. Need more planks. This is different. Warehouse access plan. Produce one plank to allow ease of access past fence. Did that. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Nice. Wonder if the narrator's name is Chris. Places to search. Mission status. Inside of a sequel exhibit. A large room with lots of boxes. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. Is this some kind of game? Must be a point to this. Gotta collect them all. Yeah. 5. There be just... 5 there be. Just take it from me. Okay. There will be a reward for finding them all. Stop kidding yourselves. There will be a reward for finding them all. Uh-huh. Sure. Sure. See, I knew he was lying. Beware of the false prophet. Wow. Is this possibly alive? Good luck. Weird spinning figurines. What do they want? Should we make them... I don't know what that word is. Something. Learn. Lemphysics? Lempics? What's that word? I can't read that handwriting. Psalm 1 in cargo room. Employee 421 building a bridge. Can we sell them? Obviously. More money if sold together. Ah, yeah, of course, we'll be rich. Gotta collect the whole set, though, obviously. Employees. Isn't that not an L? That does make sense. This isn't an L, I guess. It looked like an L. Okay. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. Maybe we are the collectibles. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiances or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind our very warm place. I also picked up... Oops, wow, that's quite the crouch you got there. I also picked up what looks like to be reverberances off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any idea what this is? Wouldn't you like to know? How can we find them? Bottom text. All right, good. Please do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. So I said help. Help, I'm gonna post it. Oh, yes. With the bucket.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
Oh, thank you.
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
You're gonna switch it up, aren't you?
Never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Let him have it.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
God. This is so good. So good.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Oh my God. Oh, my cheeks hurt. Hi, Alvin. Ugh.
You know
game
what?
is-
I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I love how he's so angry. I was hoping I could put it down, you know, like give in, and just give the bucket to the room, and then the narrator would go off about how I don't value friendship or something. Like I was looking for something like that. Oh man. This game is a lot. It's not too much, but it's a lot. Okay. Wow.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Is that parking lot again?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange,
Obviously.
Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed,
The
now
bucket's
he
gone.
noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
That's God damn it.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Yep. There's Mariella. She find a bucket?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was.
She picked up
This
a bucket
man
too.
had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Wow. Wow, I can't drink something while this game is happening. Like, if you're gonna take a drink, do it when he's not talking. I just like lost it when he's like, oh, it's the story of Mariella. She's gonna find me on the street again. And then Nero's just like, she got out of bed, picked up her bucket. It's just like, no. Oh, man.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Again, there's no...
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
We're going left again. Okay. The bucket is here. What if I don't take the bucket? He's not gonna say anything about that, huh?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
He's not gonna say anything about the bucket. Interesting. What an interesting development. I had to know. I think next time I take the bucket. It's all about the collectibles. Oh, shit. He boarded it up. Maybe if the broom closet wasn't so insulting.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
That was not here last time?
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
You left the bucket, you monster. I had to know if he was going to say something. I figured I could go back, but I was waiting for him to say something. I can grab it next time. If he lets me. Does the elevator do anything now? Anything new this time? Different words on the bathroom wall? I don't think it goes anywhere. I think it's still a waste of my time. Different words on the bathroom wall. Hang on. Oh, yeah. I've got the feeling money's for stealing. But not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Still extreme bathrooms on the magazine, though.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
They got an answer for everything, don't they?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
It's like whoever made this game, right? They're just thinking to themselves, all the possible things a player might do. What can we react to? And punches in the code before you tell me what the code is. Oh, you're in a hurry. Well, here, let's calm down. They're prepped and ready to go for that. I wish I had my bucket. Now I feel like I need my bucket. Hey.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. Small number. Corner of your screen went to 1. Now I miss my bucket. I do. I feel like a monster who doesn't have a bucket. I need my bucket now. I feel empty inside without it. Now we need a bucket emote. I think we need a bucket emote now. I need to make a bucket emote.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Or he went to the escape. Because I've never gone this way yet.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
He just keeps walking.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
He did. He does.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yeah. And? Oh, nice. Red lights. Okay.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This is the office. This is my desk. I come out of this room. I go through here. I turn right. I go this way. And then I turn left out of here. Yep, this is where the new content door used to be, but it's not there anymore. The two doors. The set of the two doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Like the narrator's gone. Well, the normal narrator's gone. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though. The core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Nature paintings. Yep. Wow. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. The office. Button sounds. The selection of sounds used throughout the game was when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. And these are the credits. Left or right? Jeez. This room looks like it's got something in it. So maybe that way is progress and this is just a display. I don't know. The office. Maintenance room. An early version of the maintenance room. Game is trippy. I know. It's just everything's changed now. Ultra Deluxe announcements. On December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. Money everywhere. Uh-huh. Fun. Yeah, fun. Early version of the lounge. The lounge is much improved from the early version. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. From Ben to Gloves. Dead strong. Oh, I probably should just read them. What did the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. From Montgomery Jones. Are they real emails? Partner, I'm Anthony Elias, business broker. Please partner with me in a very rewarding business venture. Details will be sent to you if you're interested. The treat as important, not spam. Hi, narrator guy. I have a question for you, sir. And it is, what is your message for today? Sincerely, Harris. There is a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Thanks and goodbye. That's true. Am I Stanley? Are you spying on me? I don't... Why? How? Okay. That was a question brought forth by the intense passion of his soul. Will the game feature capybaras? Okay, we're not going to read all of them, but those are pretty cool. The cargo lift. The second version is functionally the same. What's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. That sound. Oh. Apartment timer. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, I don't even know the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Okay. Oh, maybe that's the ending when I picked up the phone. So that's called the apartment ending. How many endings are there? I think I've gotten like 8 different endings so far. I feel like I've gotten a lot of endings so far. Cargo lift. The lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we decided we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. Okay. I'll go this way first. Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. First choice, obey or disobey. Lounge. Or staircase. Maintenance to confusion ending. First choice. Yeah, disobey. Disobey. Maintenance. The other entrance would be hidden depending on how you entered. Vent. There's a vent. To confusion ending. There's a vent? I don't remember the vent. Maybe there isn't a vent anymore. But I don't understand. It says ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. Which one of these is the simplest version? Meeting room. Okay. Apparently there's a vent somewhere. Or there isn't. I don't know. The game is now paused. Begin the game again, resume the game. Yeah. Escape menu. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Okay. It only ends when you leave. Right? Zending model. The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it again shortly before launch. Zending? I don't remember this. I guess it's been changed, so I guess. Yeah. Oh, this is the Zending. I don't think I've ever even been there. Oh, I gotta find that place. This screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Zending levers. Oh, I can't pull them. These levers were originally a part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. This way first. I'm seeing every single room. Oh? Oh? Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the two endings together instead. Early version of the countdown room. Oh, I like the end version a lot better. Freedom ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. Freedom. Good. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Gotcha. There's a lot of stuff here, man. First, the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. There's a lot of stuff here, man. Is this how the game ends? Did I reach the end? Well, one of the ends, I guess. I guess I died, but I get to see all this stuff. Boss's office. Screens from the development of the boss's office. I think I guess the one in the center is a bit more complete. Only because of the paint on the walls, though. It's really fundamentally the same. Well, okay, this is like an early drawing, so there's more detail on that one, I guess. Yeah, it's like a stage, but the stages that are in the drawing are out of order. Kind of 1, 2, 3 sort of thing. What's this way? Lounge. An early version of the underground portion of the game where the mind control facility is. Before going that way, because that looks kind of like a dark room with a light bulb at the end, I'm going to go this way instead. No, this is back to the... Okay. Back to the beginning. So I guess I am going this way. So many endings. Okay, this is like the ending, right? The swinging light bulb.
Stanley pushed the orange lever.
Kevin Brighting, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door.
Oh, right. There's a green door.
Then he
there is.
pushed the number 4.
Okay.
Stanley pushed the big red button.
The big red button. So how do I get out of here? It looks like it's the end of the game, but maybe this is the version of the game where it only ends when you hit the button. Or maybe I have to go out a different... Oh, there's the green exit sign. Yeah, let's make sure I got everything over here, though. I don't think I went this way. Game design mock-up. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from this mock-up is still the same. That's pretty cool. Go this way. Just an office. An office. Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. So it's just sort of moving things around. Yeah, this one's too clean and proper. So having the shelves open is a bit of a mess. And this one is a really weird design. Anyway, yeah. Okay, exit sign, man. Go. I think I've seen pretty much everything here.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
just hit escape and press quit. It's the only way to win. That's good. Because the end is never the end. I'm right back into it. So those are... That's cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Left. Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hey, Andre, how are you? Oh, man. This game, I think we've experienced like a dozen endings so far, and it's awesome. Very cool. Very cool experience. I'm sure I could probably play this for another 3 hours and still be experiencing new things. If I really wanted to get into it. Oh, again.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
No stickers. Definitely an interesting game. This narrator is... yeah, he's very well done. I can see why people talk so highly of it now. The whiteboard changed? What did it say differently this time?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yes, we did. Upstairs to the boss's office. We're going in here with the bucket. Oh. Money in the morning. Money in the evening. Money for breakfast. Money crisp. Okay, that's like a jingle. A commercial jingle. For money. What if you need the bucket in order to go down the elevator? And what if we go down in the elevator instead of up? These are questions I must have answered. Or it just does nothing always, no matter what. I think the music is saying Stanley. No, I thought for sure it did. Maybe not. I don't think it goes anywhere. This is what, if you just love elevator rides and elevator music, you just go in here to experience that, and that's it. That's it. Doesn't go anywhere, man.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
I got an idea.
The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
I'm gonna say 5482 and see what that happens. See what happens. Wrong number.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. "2845.
Did you get the printer achievement? If I recall, it's fun. I have no idea what that is. If you want to tell me what it is, try not to do so in a way that would spoil what happens, though. Like, you can make a suggestion on how I can prompt it, maybe.
It turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And
It
Stanley
opens
got the
anyway.
hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Stanley got the hell along with the story. Whoop-de-doo. It opens anyway. Of course it does. Okay. Okay, good. No more figurines. I'm at 4 out of 6 now, right? On those? He's getting
The elevator
2,
raced downward,
8,
plummeting towards
4,
an unknown fate.
5.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
It shouldn't change the outcome. Yeah, so far, nothing does.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I'll go with the bucket into the mind control facility. See what happens this time.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Okay. Just me and you, bucket. Just me and you.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Right.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Probably wants to hold some sort of warm liquid, I would imagine.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
All right, system power. I could just hit off. Maybe that would do it. Maybe that'll shut it down.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
What?
Wait, what was happening?
The door.
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Wow.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
My gosh. It's gonna set me back. So now I have to go, I can do that ending and get the freedom ending. I think that's what that was, the outside. But if I do that, I can't have the bucket. I can't take the bucket with me.
Breeze of bumpscosity in here at the moment, not bad. I personally enjoy a bit more bumpscosity, but at this amount it's absolutely reasonable.
You want some more? We're gonna turn it up to 1,000. How's that sound? There. Now we've got 1,000 bumpscosity. Turning right. Yep. Oh, look at this. The Figures Finders Committee. Is that Figurine Finders Committee? Is that always what it said? If I grab the bucket, then I can't get that ending. Sub mode only has been defeated. Yeah, well, we'll have to put it on like 5 minutes only or something, you know? We'll just keep extending the timer, so at least if they have defeated it, it still delays them more, but I don't know, man. It's, I mean, hell, maybe we just have to go back to Twitch. If it gets really bad, then it'll just force people off the platform, you know? YouTube has to do something about it. I'm leaving my options open.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Well, I'm gonna grab the bucket, but I want to see what that ending is like without the bucket. All right, so let me just try that again, but this time without the bucket. See what that looks like.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Because now I want to know what happens. Oh, they're getting checked off. Some are both red and blue. Oh, these are where the figurines are. Stairs, something to do with stairs, and somewhere near both red and blue. Oh, wonderful. I don't want the bucket with me then, because I can't get to the red and blue doors with the bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There it is. Found it.
You're getting close now, Stanley.
Sweet.
You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
Oh. Figlarines, huh? We're not going to walk through there because that's a trap. But that's pretty cool. To get the red and blue door, though, I have to defy him. I have to walk the opposite directions. So I'll have to do that next time. Does this say anything new this time? Yeah, I get the feeling money's for stealing. It's another person. So that's the same thing we saw before. We'll go through here.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Quelle surprise. Uh-huh. Yep. He's just gonna skip it. He's like, yeah, whatever. We don't need to do this anymore. You know the drill. This is good. I like how the lady's like, the only way to win is to
straight
quit.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I should try the escape with the bucket. I haven't tried the escape with the bucket yet.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yeah, so we go through this process again, but this time I shut it off and I try to get the freedom ending without
Now
the bucket.
the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Oh, I could also turn the mind control device on with the bucket. I haven't done that
There
yet
was
either.
the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
This is without the bucket. Let's see what it does.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
It's an obnoxiously large door. It really didn't need to be that large.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Without the bucket. Stanley was happy without his bucket. And... what? The only way to win is to quit. That's what she said.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Turning
decided
right.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm going to see about the escape with the bucket. See what happens. And then I'm going to go get the figurine to get all 6 of them. Which requires me not to have the bucket.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Okay, so we'll go...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Up.
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wait. No, I went down there before with the bucket because then there was like a whole bunch of them and I couldn't figure out... Yeah. Okay. So, we go this way with the bucket. And...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, very logical. The bucket guided me. That's what it was. My goodness. So I think I'll do this ending and then I'm gonna get the figurine and then I don't know, I think I'm probably satisfied at that point. I'm not sure there's many more endings I can get right now. I think I'm kind of satisfied after that.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No, we walked to the exit with the bucket.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very
painful death for each of them.
Try knocking on 430 5 times. I'll look at it. Yeah, we'll try that, Jazz. We'll see what it does.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Yep.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Okay, now I have the bucket with me. Let's see what happens.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
It's a bucket! Oh, we're reflecting on the bucket's life now. That's good. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you in the world? Will you accept with an open mind that may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Okay. Your exhibit is much emptier than mine was.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
I'm the bad guy. 25 buckets. I'm pretty sure there's more than 25 there. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. There's definitely more than 25 there. I'll believe 125. Euphoria. Oh, is this like a double-handled bucket? Yeah, a bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Put to death. The first bucket, is that what this is? Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died in the medieval era, really? And yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. I was going to pick it up to see what happens. The stress bucket, an analogy, worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Rest and relaxation. The bucket stress, or the stress bucket, presented without commentary. Okay. But you know that not all of them are buckets from the bucket game. We also know that everything is a bucket from that same game. I was like, there's like tribal music going on in the background. Like tribal campfire chanting kinds of things. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. That's pretty good.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between the bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. You know I have to do it. Oh, I thought I could just jump down to the hole. Oh, I grabbed it.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Do I get to play as the bucket now? Bucket superiority, yeah. Let me hop around as a bucket, and then I will get the final Stanley figurine as the bucket, and we'll come full circle.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, we want to get the last figurine. You said room 430? Knocking on it 5 times. 430. 427. 430. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5.
please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Sure it does.
I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Oh, 50 new clicks?
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
How many clicks did he say? 20 clicks into 417? Was it 50 clicks? Oh, this is the room I want to get into.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
You dick. What are you doing to me here? 437. 437? What the hell is 437? This is where 436 is. I assumed... Oh, there it is.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. What a jerk. 415. 10 clicks or so.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay. Okay. This guy's a monster. This guy's a total monster.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
I'm on their desk. How do I do that? Input received. I don't. Oh, there's a thing right there.
Yes!
Okay.
This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
He's so excited now. Is he gonna give me the achievement yet?
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
That's it? You're not gonna let me in? I wanna go in the room. Oh, I thought you would open a door for me, jerk. How am I still in this office and still having new things to do? Oh, man. This is really cool. I'm glad this was recommended. Very cool.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
I get the
knew it
last
perfectly
figurine.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first.
See? 5
just
clicks
to
on door
admire it.
430.
It was okay.
I probably
But
could
eager
have
to get
started
back
that
to
achievement on
business,
any door,
Stanley
right?
took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, I probably could have started.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero
like
consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red...
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
Can't have that.
Instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Nice.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I just want to hear him get mad at me again.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red door. Is there anything else I've, is it that way? Forgot what happens when I walk through the blue door. That was the very first thing we did. Oh, it's the baby. I'm not gonna do 4 hours with the baby.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and
No,
running.
the baby
just
is
the way you're
later. The
doing
baby's
right
like
now.
after all the game
Don't
development
you see that
stuff.
it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
I'm doing pretty good,
And
dude.
I
Cool.
think-
How are you?
Well, I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
It's more figurines, but I forgot how to trigger it. Oh, okay.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh, it's this. Okay.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful.
I want to
isn't it?
experience this
If
again,
we
actually.
just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I want to strip you of your happiness and make you just really upset.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
I just love making him so sad.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
My dog's messing with a bone upstairs.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
I am.
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
And then I get to tease him.
Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
I'm teasing you. Well, I think... I know there's probably more endings. There probably is. But I feel like I've gotten the perfect dose of this game today, and I feel good about it. I feel like I got a really good dose of it, and so I'll open this up for basically anybody to tell me a step to take to get a new ending, or a step to take to see something new. I'll give you this chance to tell me what I got to do to see something new, and then we'll go and see him. So that, because I can't really look at it necessarily, but this jumping off the edge of the staircase is a pretty suitable ending nevertheless.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Okay, just one more will take you somewhere special. Okay, so tell me where I gotta go for the somewhere special, and do I need the bucket with me to do it? And then we'll end with that. Because obviously it doesn't...
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay, this will probably be a good place to wrap it up after this then. So one more time down memory lane. So after you get the figurines, a new ending begins. Okay. So there is a reward for getting the figurines. You get to see something new. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Okay. the memory zone. Still can't get into Zone Sweet Zone. Oh, but there's a stairs in the floor now. Never used to be. So we're going downstairs.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
I wasn't walking forward. I tend not to want to do that because I don't want them to stop talking in the middle of their sentence. Ah, 7 out of 6. Uh-huh. It is gonna let me have 7 out of 6.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. 8 out of 6. Can I fall to my death here? Nah, I want to see the rest.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Yeah, the bathroom. It was right in here.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Is it? I wasn't aware of that science.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, I don't believe we found one in this room. I don't think that this doesn't ring a bell at all, actually. But okay. I'm pretty sure I've never been here. I think you're making up the memory. Ah, the staircase, yep.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh, please don't be. No, don't be. Is this copyright music? Am I getting hit with this? Come on. If this ends up being muted, you'll know why.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Wow. It didn't have any lyrics, but it had a familiar sound to it, like a familiar riff. So I thought it was gonna bust into some lyrics, but it didn't. So I think it's probably fine, music-wise. Probably. We'll see. And then the 6th one was with the blue and red doors. Yeah, remembering it. There you go.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Right. Of course. And I still went to the blue door, although it doesn't matter this time. Both go to the same place now. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
That's good. And then back to the
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Wow. Why would we do that? Okay. Let's remember them again.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
He's really putting it out there, isn't he? Hey, Tech Heart, thanks for the birthday wishes, man. Thanks for coming by.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh, again. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that video.
I love that video.
Yeah, the video, I got it. Oh my god. In the pink
Still
room.
don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Still no memory of this one. Isn't this like, I'm trying to figure out why this one's pink, and I'm trying, like, did I find this figurine when I was talking to the other narrator? Is that why this one's different? Because I thought maybe I had found one of the figurines while she was talking to me. No, I was going down a dark room, and you progress with the game to the left, but there's a corridor to the right, and this was floating in there. Maybe he couldn't see me there. I'm trying to remember why that is, because I've never been to a pink room, and he doesn't remember it either. Need to go? Hey, see ya, Maltese.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
That's good. Of course. No, like an extra 45 minutes of gameplay is the reward for finding these things. Basically.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? I don't think we choose to leave the past. We don't really have a choice.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Collect them all. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Yep. We did. We found them all. Collectible section of your new Stanley Parable 2 game that you were showing me.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Uh-huh.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
We're just gonna remember everything that happened in the past now. Okay, that's a good way to end the game then. Remembering the past.
Yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Okay, they're the same, both doors.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Oh no, you just restart the game?
Anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Pressing buttons? Yeah, no? Yeah, this.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Is it really gonna be one more run though? Like, is it really just one more?
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
The poster's gone. I don't remember that picture being here either. To take the bucket or not take the bucket? That is the question. All right, bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Looking forward to like getting into some of these rooms where there's open doors.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I think I'll go. He said he wanted one more run. So let's give him one more run. Reboot the game entirely.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Just reboot the game entirely. Pretty much bi-quarterly post-review review. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Okay. For old time's sake.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet.
Same thing.
Simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
For old time's sake, I think we hit the countdown timer with the bucket. It's the only way. It's the one thing I haven't done yet
His manager's
that I
office,
know of.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
We'll go count down with the bucket. That'll be it. This is where I found it. The other figurine was sitting here. It's odd that he didn't remember where it was, because this is on his path. You can turn it on and off. Well, you don't get the countdown if you turn it if you turn it off. If I turn it off, then I try to leave with the freedom ending, but with the bucket I can't leave. So, but I haven't tried to go back there and do on instead. He probably has something else to say.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I think I've done almost everything. I mean, there might be a few things I don't see, but the obvious stuff I think I've done everything except hit the on button with the bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
And then, of course, finishing the baby, which I'm not going to do that, but I'll look at a YouTube video for that.
To life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Uh-huh.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control.
Smoker.
Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
For the bucket. That for the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the on button. We'll see what happens when you do that with the countdown and the bucket, see if he says anything new. And then I'm gonna wrap up the stream on YouTube here for today. If somebody out there wants to meet up with me in No Man's Sky, I'd like to continue and finish that expedition today if possible. So I'll probably go live there on Twitch right after this. So I'll be live over there for the next few hours, trying to finish up the Expedition 8. Then we'll see what happens. We'll go from there. I've budgeted another 3 hours today, so I'll do that for at least 3 hours over there.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
The bucket pressed the button.
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
What?
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Surely the best.
And Stanley was happy.
Just started a new expedition. Save. How long will you be on there for? I'll be in there until 5 p.m. my time, so it's a little under 3 hours. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and walk around and stuff, and then I'm gonna start over there. So I'll probably go live 10 to 15 minutes after I wrap up here. But that's hilarious. I'm sure there's other endings, but as the lady said, the only way to win is to hit quit in the main menu. So the only way to win is to stop playing. So this has been the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, despite what it says being the Stanley Parable 2. I had a way funner time on this than I thought I was gonna have, way more fun time. And I hope you guys did too. This has been a very enjoyable B-day so far for me. And if you'd like to hang out for a few hours more, I'll be on Twitch in about 10 minutes, just hammering away at No Man's Sky, trying to wrap up the new expedition. I'm almost done with it, so I think I can probably finish it in 2.5, 3 hours, hopefully. Maybe even faster than that. So, yeah. And I don't care which one of you, both of you, it's fine. But I'm in the system for Rendezvous 5, Kitty, Jazz. So if you want to come there, cool. Otherwise, I can go to Rendezvous 1. I can go back to any system in the previous system for the expeditions. It's fine too. Okay, for everybody else who's been joining me here, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It's been an awful lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing you in the next stream, next video, whenever that is. Yeah, this is the only stream for this week, at least on YouTube. So take care. We'll see ya. Bye-bye.